Yeah.
Oh, okay, now it's
This
working.
is the base for these.
Okay, good.
Oh,
So you probably had that right, but this wasn't on.
I didn't realize
Yeah, I
that
didn't
was
know that was
over
either.
there.
I put Jani's seat back now. I thought her chair was gonna roll out from under me for a second.
Oh, well, how are you doing? Okay. Best I can tell. Best I can tell, I'm doing okay. I may have to wait till next week to find out for sure.
All right, I'll try to remember. Thank you. I understand, I appreciate it.
Kathleen?
How are you?
Oh, there it is. Never mind. I found it.
Tired, other than that, doing great.
So you go to work late.
I've already been to work, and now I'm going back after this is over. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
meet some people, left and came back. Or do it again. They don't, every time we turn around, they find other stuff that's wrong. Outside of the building, which what I did is great. It's all on the inside.
Once the greens start, they're all green after that.
Are they?
Yeah, the other pages. Which means that there are no complaints or something.
Not unless you turn your phone.
Looks like ours is the worst one. Looks like ours is the worst one.
Well, according to that, but I thought it was in pretty good shape,
I did too.
especially with all those trucks going up and down. Especially with all those trucks hauling those rocks from that place next door to you. Yeah.
I get to take my name out. Oops. Thanks.
Okay, so is that live stream on? Is the live stream part on?
Is that the middle one?
I think the last one. Yeah,
That-
that one said live stream on it. I don't know.
Well, you guys not here.
Hey, did you turn that live stream on? Is like everything is on, it's live, it's ready to go? Okay.
Let me count down backwards.
Who did this? Who did this?
Jennifer. I mean, I don't know who gave them to her, but she requested them and compiled all that. All right, thank you all for coming. This council meeting. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any citizens that signed up to speak?
Yes, sir. Nova Olson.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for your help. Appreciate it. I have some questions. Why have you, Mayor, allowed the interim city attorney to be disrespectful repeatedly to a council member? Why haven't you publicly stated for the record, City Council member Jen Thompson was arrested for charges which the county has decided no action would be taken? If you didn't know anything about it as you stated previously, why haven't you spoken out on her behalf as the leader of our community to restore her? Why have you, AC, the supposed CEO of the city, not ensured proper accounting by way of an external forensic audit before now? What are you hiding, Mr. Mayor? Why haven't you, CEO of the city, taken care of the city by holding developers accountable for ensuring the city needs are met for wastewater treatment, roads, amenities, etc., in exchange for the millions of dollars that they've earned? What did the city get in return? Why have you, CEO of the city, failed to lead in getting business done rather than Jen Thompson proposing almost every necessary piece of business to city council meeting agendas while you remain inactive and silent? And finally, a letter for our community. Chief Jason Jordan had a doctor visit today and unfortunately did not receive good news. As most of you know, last month he was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer that has metastasized to his bones. Today he found out that that is not something that can be cured. The chemo is just a Band-Aid to allow him a little more time with his family. The doctor was reluctant to give him a specific amount of time, so in 3 months he will have another scan and go from there. With all that being said, I would like to take this time to ask each and every one of you that prays to lift up Jason and his family fervently. They will need each and every one of them as they walk this road. He has given so much to our community. Anyone that has come in contact with him would agree that his character as well as his morals are beyond reproach, regardless of what some may say. I have only known Jason a short time. As a matter of fact, October of 22 at the street festival was my first real conversation, and at this time I was also able to meet his wife Brenda, who was also very sweet. Jason visited a funeral home this afternoon to begin making arrangements. He is very concerned for both his wife and children. He wants to make sure every possible detail is taken care of. There are donation containers at Country Corner as well as Godly Pizza. A silent auction and raffle are also going on at Godly Pizza. You can Venmo or log into his GoFundMe page, which are both on the Godly Pizza Facebook page. You can also text, and I will send to you. Myself, Kayla Lane, Nova Olson, DL, and Eliza Duncan are working on putting a special benefit together to take place on June 3rd at a yet undecided location. More news will be forthcoming. If you would like to help, any member of the community would like to help or want more information, please contact any one of us. Medical bills, as I'm sure you would imagine, are stacking up fast, and a funeral is not cheap. Understandably, he very much wants to get the funeral taken care of prior to anything happening so his wife does not have to deal with all those decisions while grieving. It breaks my heart to see anyone having to do this. Let's help make it as smooth as we can and be the community that I know and love. Together is where it starts. Sincerely, and thank you, Jen Thompson.
Greg, before you start, are we streaming? Because I can't find it on the YouTube channel.
Pardon me?
Are we streaming? Because I cannot find it on the YouTube channel.
The light's on.
You gotta have a starting time without us talking. You haven't started my time yet, have you, Mayor? I'm just making sure.
So that third button, do you have to push the stream button?
Yes.
Okay, then it's not streaming.
Well, it's red.
And it's been red.
Mike, do you know how to do it?
The middle one won't stay red. The master controller's over here by
I think
Jennifer.
this
Is
is
that
just for the,
it's only for the microphone?
I think so.
Log into it.
I don't think so. We have a red button on the record and the stream, and then a blue on the camera.
I don't see it streaming on the YouTube.
I think he's looking in it. I think he's logging in.
Green light on the camera, that's all I know. thought this other light needed to be on red. I know it worked last meeting, and I thought the red light was on, but it won't stay on right now.
I guess until we hear back from.
Pardon me?
We can wait,
Yeah, we'll have to. All right, Mr. Cooper?
Yes, sir. Hello, Mayor, City Council, thank you for your service, and time here is going to be changes after today. But I want to tell you basically what I've observed over the last 6 months. Basically, it's a bastardization of representative government. So your neighbors, the citizens of this town, have elected people, and the will of the people through 3 city council members has been completely stymied with potholes, speed bumps, roadblocks, legal wrangling, basically process issues. The intent of how this is supposed to work is not what you all have accomplished here. Hiring a lawyer, not even looking at her resume when you had numerous candidates, is that what's best for Godly? Hiring a police chief whose credentials are verbally told to you, is that what's best for Godly? Let me put this into perspective for you. If a member of this community goes out and rapes women, molests children, and during the legal proceedings, I's are not dotted and T's are not crossed, or an investigation is botched by the police department or the investigative service, it does not mean that children were not molested and people were not raped. It just means you use the processes to get around and circumvent the intent of representative government. Can you not see that? You have basically stalled 6 months to get to this point when 3 individuals who had the majority of the vote of your neighbors, were not able to enact anything, not out of the way representative government should work, but solely out of your desire to feel you're more important than 3 individuals making decisions that they were elected to do. You should feel really proud of yourselves because you accomplished what you want, but did you do it the way that you should do it? It's a very good question y'all should ask yourselves. Are you proud of how your version and your intent with representative government has gone here? Seriously. I hope y'all look in the mirror and seriously ask yourselves that question. Have a good day. Good luck to y'all.
Michael's going to seal.
Good day, City Council and Mr. Mayor. I'm going to give free lessons on how to pronounce my last name. It's Shanatiko. I can give it to you after the meeting if you'd like. It's free of charge. I'm going to start with a hopeful quote from Taylor Swift. If you don't know who she is, ask your grandchildren, your children. Every day, I try to remind myself of the good in the world, the love I've witnessed, and the faith I have in humanity. We have to live bravely in order to truly feel alive, and that means not being ruled by our greatest fears. So some of you council members seem to have a fear of the community, of the greater community. You need to take a look at yourselves and decide what is best for Godly. Godly is not yours. Godly is ours. It belongs to all of us. You have to do what's best for everyone, to the best of your ability, not just for the select few, just to line their pockets. And as a leader, you need to foster resolutions. You need to collaborate. You have resources. I'm sure you're connected. Use them to make a better Godly. not for yourselves. Thank you.
Karen Goodlow? Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Thank you again for your service. I did want to speak on a couple of topics. Number B on the agenda is to approve council rules and code of conduct and policy and procedure, and I applaud you for putting that together. I think that will be very helpful in moving forward with the city. I also wanted to voice my opposition to letter C, and that would be the RFP for the external forensic audit. I think that's frivolous and unwarranted and an unwise use of city funds. I don't know that I believe that there's any type of corruption or theft or any wrongdoing intentionally going on at the city. So I disagree with that. I'm going to read a scripture, 1 Peter chapter 3, 10 through 12. If you want to enjoy life and see many happy days, keep your tongue from speaking evil and your lips from telling lies. Turn away from evil and do good. Search for peace and work to maintain it. The Lord watches over all who obey him, and he listens to their prayers, but he opposes everyone who does evil. And I'd like to just ask you all to bow in prayer right quick. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together safely. Keep the matters of our city and the decisions that our council and mayor make to the best interest of the constituents and the residents here. I pray for Mr. Jordan that he can have peace and healing in your eternal life. And lead us not here, but deliver us from evil, Lord, and see that we do good in the world. In your name I pray. Amen.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to remind everyone who has not voted that Election Day is this Saturday at the Park Pavilion and also Pleasant View Elementary from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And I would like to thank everyone who has voted. And I also would like to remind everyone to keep Chief Jordan and his family in your prayers during this time. I can't imagine what the family is going through. And so I just want to remind everyone to keep that family in your thoughts and prayers and continue to pray for this election as well. So thank you all.
All right. I have a proclamation here. We're losing a very good employee. He's going on to another position. Whereas we're here today to express our appreciation to Chief Jimmy Woolard and honor him for his distinguished 24-year career with the City of Godley and dedicated service to the residents of Godley. Chief Woolard began his career with the City of Godley Fire Department April 17, 1999, and has served as fire chief since September 20th, 2016. Chief Woolard served as the first paid fire chief for the City of Godley. During Chief Woolard's career, he helped bring the ISO rating from a 7.9 to a 2Y. I'm not familiar with those, but I understand that that significantly increases the city's status and protection level. He established a paid stipend program for volunteers. He established the first paid firefighter positions for the city, and he brought the department up to TCFP standards. Over his 24 years of service, Chief Woolard has displayed the highest example of character, ethics, morals, and unselfish service. On behalf of the entire City Council, I want to express our sincere appreciation to Jimmy for his loyalty to the City of Godley and wish him much happiness as he begins this exciting new chapter in his life. I, A.C. McGehee, Mayor of the City of Godley, do hereby proclaim Friday, May the 5th, 2023, as Chief Jimmy Woolard Day in the City of Godley, and urge all citizens and employees to join me in the City Council in congratulating Chief Woolard on an outstanding career with the City of Godley and wishing him many continued years of happiness and good health. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Next item, the approval of the minutes of the regular city council meeting of February 7th, 2023. I'd entertain a motion for that.
I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion that we approve the minutes for Tuesday, February 7th, 2023.
Do I have a second? Is there an issue with the minutes?
Yes, so, I asked for the resolution for both items A and B, which would be the resolution for the hiring of the interim city attorney and for the interim city secretary. I have still yet to receive those.
Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. Item A, discuss and consider for possible action. Oh, timer, sorry. Discuss and consider for possible action approving an amended memorandum of understanding for the School Resource Officer Program between the City of Godley and the Godley Independent School District, and authorizing the mayor or his designee to sign the agreement on behalf of the City of Godley, Texas.
Mayor, council, this is coming back to you from the last meeting. There were requested changes to section 16 regarding reimbursement to the city. I've redrafted those, reimbursement to the city for expenses for the SRO. That section's been redrafted to read as follows. The district agrees, the district being Godley ISD, agrees to reimburse the Godley Police Department for all reasonable expenses incurred by the Godley Police Department related to SRO's equipment and training during the term of this memorandum of understanding, provided, however, that the district shall be responsible for the upfront and final expenses related to the TASRO and NASRO conferences, including travel and lodging costs related to those conferences. Reimbursement for equipment and all other training costs shall be made within 30 days of the invoice date. I sent this draft to Godley ISD on April 17th. I have not heard back from them. I've followed up several times and still haven't heard back from them. Whether they're amenable to this.
So essentially, they have not approved it.
No, I've contacted the superintendent, the superintendent's assistant. I contacted the person who's in charge of their safety issues at the department I'm in.
Have you had any correspondence with anyone? No?
No, she's been doing that.
Okay.
I've called, they did reach out in regards to a different memorandum. I emailed that person to see if they can get the ball rolling. They haven't heard back.
All right. Next item. Discuss and consider for possible action regarding an ordinance adopting city council rules of conduct and procedure for the city council of the city of Godly.
Council Mayor, this is the same item from last agenda. You received at that last meeting, or prior to that last meeting, a copy of the rules of conduct and procedure that have been drafted. I believe in the interim, you all were gonna look at other cities that had previously been provided to you in January of this year.
Did you guys receive any edits from any council members? No? Did you? No, okay.
I never got around to it. When can the folks speak to us? Right now, it's at the beginning of the meeting. What's the, I've heard, please explain to me the state law on talking on the agenda items A, B, C, when each of them pop up. Is that allowed by state law? Is that something we can vote or for or vote against? Allowed?
So the way that it's been interpreted is that members have to sign up to speak if they want to speak either at the citizen comment period or they want to speak during a specific period.
So they can, if they want to speak on agenda A, they can sit there when they sign in, I specifically want to speak on agenda A. Okay, but that's in this right here.
But it's only prior to the meeting, right? Like before we get to the actual agenda items in the public speaking part?
I'm not sure.
So he's asking if people can speak on the item as we are discussing it.
They need to sign up.
But the only time that they get to speak is prior to actually getting to the agenda items. That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah, I want to be able to speak on the agendas, and I didn't know what the law was, number one.
So the law says that you can sign up to speak, either at the general public comment section, or you can ask to speak at a certain, on a certain item.
I want to be able during, and for the most part, everybody has spoke very politely, and people have gone over well. I'd like to keep that to where, I don't want anybody who speaks up during the course of a meeting to get hauled off, get right, good, whatever. I want to be able to say their piece. I don't want to stifle anyone's talking. Rudeness, of course. Hateful speech, of course. We've got the policemen, get rid of them, kick them out. But just say, hey, what about this or what about that? Help us figure out what they all want. I want to be able to do that during a meeting. How do we work that in there? Or is they, or not, that's what I want, maybe nobody else wants this, so I don't know if it needs to be voted on or what. We have discussion every once in a while, and I'd like to keep that.
Is there a clarification on, they can speak on an agenda item before the meeting? Just voice their opinion or on that agenda item, but not during the meeting? Is that the way?
Yeah. The way that it's worded is that, public comment shall be allowed as permitted by law. So like I said, if you want to speak on a specific item on the agenda, you need to sign up to speak. But you can request, I want to be heard when that agenda item gets called up, or to speak at the general portion of the meeting.
How do we protect people making comments if they're, or is there any way to do that during, when we're talking about an item and somebody wants to make a comment during that, something they think about then, how do we protect, get them to be able to do that?
Well, it's important, when the council is discussing an item and considering an item, those items are being considered by the keep the decorum of the meeting, that public comment be allowed at certain points. That's generally up to the person who's presiding over the meeting, the mayor, in his absence, the mayor pro tem, to govern when people can speak. Otherwise, you have chaos where people are speaking outside of turn. It slows the wheels of the process. So, it's generally up to the mayor as the presiding officer to determine when individuals can speak, whether they can
Okay.
speak from the.
I got no problem with that, because it gets unruly, you can stop it, but if somebody makes one comment real quick, fine, let people talk. I just wanna make sure there's nothing in there that says you get, if you, everything happens to someone who happens to voice an opinion, other than, hey, you know, we're discussing, you be quiet, or
So,
we'll talk to
I
you
also
later.
think there's a general misunderstanding that the way the law has changed means that anybody can speak at any time and scream their opinion about whatever the council's talking about whenever they want. That's not the case.
Right.
You know, like I said, the mayor's in charge of keeping the decorum of the meeting and determining when individuals can speak. As the presiding officer, the mayor has the discretion also to remove, or have the sergeant in arms, which is also laid out in the rules of
Yep.
procedure, have the sergeant in arms, who is the highest ranking officer typically, who's here,
Choosing that.
to remove someone who's being disruptive of the meeting.
Okay. On our presentation, citizens appearance comment period, does it state in there that they can speak either before the meeting, during this comment, or they can speak before each individual item? Does
It
that
just
say
says
that
they
in there?
They can speak as permitted by law.
They may not know
And
the
the
law.
reason why it's worded that way, because if the next legislature goes and changes it, then you're gonna have to change
Okay.
your rules of procedure every time one little thing's changed. One thing changes by when people can speak.
You have a sign-in sheet, Kathleen? You have an official sign-in sheet?
Yes, sir.
Can we fix it to where it says before meeting or a specific, item? So they can mark down what they want, is that on there? Do that, that way people will know they can speak up, because I've had some people come in and say they wanted to speak on, and they were waiting, on something, and they were waiting, but they'd signed up to speak, so there's been confusion. So, I'd like to have it to where people know they can speak before the meeting or on a specific item that pops up in front of the city council.
And I guess just for clarity, you're saying before the meeting, but you mean the general
Yes,
citizen comment.
yeah.
There is a little bit of a difference too when someone chooses to speak, because if someone's choosing to speak during citizen comments, there's not the back and forth. If they choose to speak during an item, there could, if the council wishes, to be a little bit of back and forth, because that has been specifically noticed in
That's a
the
good idea.
meeting and all.
Good.
So on, on 1.1, why are we utilizing 51.001 instead of 22.038? It seemed that most Chapter 22 governments utilize that government code instead of the 51 that we're utilizing.
So 51001 of the local government code specifically says the governing body of a municipality shall or may adopt, publish, amend, or repeal an ordinance, rule, or police regulation that is for the good government, peace, or order of the municipality, for the trade and commerce of the municipality, and is necessary for proper carrying out of power granted by law to the municipality or to an office or department of the municipality. So that gives the council the authority to govern itself and to adopt rules to govern itself for the proper functioning of meetings. What was that section that you cited in the local government code, chapter 22?
22.038C.
It's just
Section 1.4, annual review, it says, following the municipal elections each year, the city council may review these rules of conduct and procedure. I think the may should be put as more of a definitive term of shall review. Doesn't mean that they have to be changed, it just means that the new council shall look at them. That way the new council members have a chance to actually look at it. In section 1.5, it says city manager shall mean the city administrator appointed by the city council. Why are we using the term city manager whenever we're not at chapter 25 or we don't have a city manager?
We can change that to city administrator.
Okay.
And I assume you mean you would want that carried through the entire document?
Yes, please. On section 2.4, special called meetings, although there's nothing in state law that requires a time limit set for calling special meetings, are we able to set that in our rules of procedure?
I'm sorry, what section are you referring
2.4, special called meetings.
It's typically the mayor's discretion, as this states and what the state law says, is that 3 members of the council can request that a special call meeting be called. And it's typically the mayor's discretion that, you're limited because you are a type A municipality. You can only do what is authorized by state law. So, you can make rules as long as they don't counter the state law, as to when they should be called.
So we can set a 1-week time limit for him to call that special meeting. We can't change the 3 members or the mayor. I would like to see the council set a time limit for the mayor to call a special meeting for section 2.4. Section 2.6A, how will supplemental or emergency agendas be handled in relation to all agendas shall be reviewed by the city attorney? This should be outlined in this document.
So, emergency meetings, those agendas will be, reviewed by the city attorney. The state law specifies when emergency meetings can be called, and typically those are, force majeure cases, acts of God, emergency, weather, those type of things. COVID was one that allowed emergency meetings to be called. So, the state law already specifies when emergency meetings can be called, and the state law specifies how that meeting has to be posted, et cetera. In those situations, typically, your city attorney will also review those to make sure that those agendas meet those requirements.
It says, notice shall be provided also to the media. So what does that mean? Like the news channels or?
State law says that they request that they're notified and we have to notify them.
That's part of the requirements for posting an emergency meeting. I want to read it. The presiding officer of a government body, mayor, or the member of the government body who calls an emergency meeting or adds an emergency item to the agenda of a meeting of a governmental body. And again, there are only specific things you can call an emergency meeting for, add an emergency item for, shall notify the news media of the emergency meeting or emergency items as required by this section. The presiding officer is required to notify only those members of the news media that had previously filed at the headquarters of the governmental body a request containing all pertinent information for the special notice, agreed to
So 2.6B discusses that we are to turn in by 12 noon on the 7th calendar day preceding the date of the regular meeting for items we would like to be placed on the agenda. Is there something in here, and I may have missed it, that says when public documents, like developers or anything like that, are required to submit their items?
No, I mean, typically if a developer is proposing a zoning change or requesting a development agreement or something like that, those would be submitted before the council meeting.
It's usually submitted 2 days before a council meeting, and we have to go through special people on it. And that
I'm sorry?
special, they're usually submitted a couple of days before council meeting. We've had to have special meetings on, or not special meeting, but our second meeting of the month to accommodate them. So they, a rule like that for them would be greatly appreciated. So they have to have it in by a certain day instead
We
of.
can't make rules for them, the law allows you to make rules for you. So, if, let's say, a developer has something that's to come before the council, they're gonna need to get it to whichever council member they want to propose that item, or to the city at least 7 days before.
What if they do it at 5 days before? We still got to do it?
We have a rule, this is the ordinance.
I'm talking about for developers. I'm talking for developers.
No, this time period allows for presumably a city administrator to review and
Yeah.
develop the agenda with the mayor, for the city attorney to review it, to create and review any documents that are gonna go in the packet. So, if someone turns something in and they don't meet the deadline, then they're gonna have to get bumped to the next meeting.
And how does that affect their filing date that they keep using against us, the developers?
I'm sorry?
How does that affect the developers that keep using their filing dates into their 30 days? We turned it in, and it's our fault you didn't look
Are
at
you
it.
talking about plat review?
Yes, I suppose so.
So those need to be heard within 30 days.
Yes,
So-
but from, what time can they be placed to us to be on the agenda so then we can look at it? Is there a time limit for them to come and say, here's my plat, please look at it, and we say thank you, but is it a time limit before the meeting? Is there a time limit for that? A time limit for us is great, and I'm asking you if there's a time limit for outside of the city council.
Well, presumably if the cutoff for the city council to place items on the agenda and for the agenda to start being prepared is 7 days, then they would need to be, have their information to the city 7 days.
Okay, presumably, but is there a law? Because they haven't done it in the past. It has not happened. So I don't want to presume. I want to be some kind of rule that says, well, why can't we? Why can't we put a date on a 7-day date for the developers to give us their information?
So the law and the purpose of these rules of procedure are to adopt rules of procedure for the meetings, setting the meetings, and for people in attendance of the meetings. The purpose of this is not to address developers and those type of issues.
Okay, but the developers are attending the meeting, they are here, they're part of the
So in
community.
any other city, if you have to get something on the agenda by a certain day, you have to meet those deadlines. So
But I know, okay, that's what I'm asking, what is those deadlines for them? Maybe it's not in this particular section, but what is their deadline?
It would be the same as what we would
But
have to
can we
abide
make
by.
that in writing someplace? Apparently we
I
can't.
would recommend not to specifically make that in writing on here. It would be, they would be bound to that same 7-day deadline to get on the agenda, or to get an agenda item on the agenda for the next
Okay.
meeting. But I would recommend not to specify that this also applies, or to specify a certain group of people outside the council that this will apply.
I would like to make an extension of B, if it is in accordance. So it states that the council member requesting the agenda item shall be responsible for the agenda briefing or presentation of the item at the meeting. Agenda items requested are subject to review and/or revision by the city attorney for compliance with the Open Meetings Act. I would like to add, if I may, If the agenda item is out of compliance, then it shall be reviewed with said council member for necessary edits.
Can you read that one more time?
Sure.
If it's out of compliance, then that item,
Then it shall be reviewed with said council member for necessary edits.
and the city attorney shall review, right?
Right.
I've got the wording here, if agenda item is determined to be out of compliance with the Open Meetings Act, then the city attorney shall review the wording of said item to help bring it said item with the council.
Correct.
Not trying to be out of order, but people online, council members, they can't hear you. They're watching the video feed and they can't hear you. Would you mind using your mics?
Mine's on, can you hear me?
We can barely hear you, we're here.
Does that help?
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
So on 2.6B, it says any council member desiring a particular item addressing official city business to be placed on the council agenda. Desiring's kind of left for interpretation. What's the exact process for a council member to get a particular item on the agenda?
They shall notify the mayor or city secretary in writing by 12 noon on the 7th calendar day preceding the date of the regular meeting for placement on the agenda.
So no matter what I ask for, it'll be on there if I do it by the 7th day prior and it meets the Open Meetings Act and doesn't violate state statute? Okay.
Well, and then an edit will be done so that it will qualify.
If it doesn't.
Right. Okay, so 2.9, Mayor Pro Tem. It states, I'm not going to read this whole thing, but it says, "The Mayor Pro Tem shall act in the absence or illness of the mayor or failure or refusal of the mayor to act. In the absence of the mayor and the Mayor Pro Tem, any council member appointed by a majority of council members present may preside at the meeting." What constitutes failure to act?
There's not a lot of case law on that, but that is word for word with the statutes.
So,
What the role of the mayor pro tem.
so can we limit that?
I'm sorry?
Can we change and limit that?
Well, no, it's state law. I mean, the state law is the state law, so I would say you gotta leave it as is.
Okay, so just for clarification, at what point does the Mayor Pro Tem interact?
There is no case law for that.
So let's just say hypothetically, the mayor gets an email, citizen wants something, 24 hours later, still no correspondence. The Mayor Pro Tem can then come in and take care of it?
There's no case law open for interpretation of that, so failure to act, in that type of circumstance, I would recommend that the rather than the mayor pro tem just, going on their own and determining on their own that the mayor failed to act. So I would recommend that the council take action to allow the mayor pro tem to take action in the event that, and to determine whether the mayor failed to act.
But how do we take action if there's not, the time is not on our side? It doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. If we're 2 weeks away from the meeting and something needs to be done, how are we gonna take action to allow the mayor pro tem to take action?
So this is specifically at meetings, it's not for general authority of the mayor. This is for meetings.
Where does it clarify that it's for meetings only?
Rules of procedure and conduct are for the meetings. It's in the first few sections where it lays out what the purpose of it is. Rules of conduct and procedure adopted by the city council are applicable to the members of the city council.
Okay, so where does it say meetings?
It does not specifically say meetings. But like I said, you're gonna have mass chaos if you have a mayor pro tem that is deciding unilaterally that the mayor has failed to take action.
But we
The
also,
recommendation would be that the council vote as a whole to determine whether the mayor has failed to take action and not to allow the mayor pro tem to act.
okay, we also have issues with our mayor actually acting, so I kind of feel like we need some justification there.
There's no case law, so you're not gonna get any justification. Let's say he doesn't act and I do something. If someone feels like it was out of line, then I'm gonna make case law. Somebody's gonna have to sue a city to make case law.
Okay.
Which is never a good idea. You don't want to be at the forefront of getting sued for issues like that. Which is why I would recommend in that situation that the council take action as a whole versus one person unilaterally deciding that the mayor has taken an action.
So in section 2.9, it also states that the mayor pro tem will be chosen at the first meeting in November. Why is that whenever we have our elections in May?
We can change that tonight.
Okay.
So it should be, it says at the first meeting after city council's general elections is final. So that would be at the first meeting after your May meeting, or at the first meeting in November in a year where there is no election.
Well, we always have an election. There's 1 seat and then 4 seats, so.
Every year. Okay.
So did you want to leave it in May or November?
I mean, there might be a circumstance where someone runs unopposed and you don't have an election. So you wanna just change November to May?
I mean, if that's what y'all want.
It don't make me any difference. I just feel like May, maybe, yeah. Fresh start.
Two dot 11, section A, section number 4. Back in 22, we voted to not allow anybody on the governing body to attend by video conference.
Can we counteract that if we change it in here? We can? Would you guys be opposed to that?
If you adopt this ordinance, it, basically voids any other ordinances or previous ordinances that are in conflict with it.
So when you are in a meeting via video conference, what's the legality of that? Do they still get a vote if they're on video? They do? It's just like a normal meeting? Okay.
It's my understanding there were issues previously because video conferencing wasn't always reliable. People were coming in and out of meetings because of their internet connection, that sort of thing. You definitely don't want to count someone absent because they attempted to
Right.
participate in the meeting via video conference in terms of counting absences.
We also don't want everybody to
And that's why
use
that's addressed at the moment.
the video conference nonstop either. So maybe we can limit it to X amount of video conferences per 2 years term. Anybody?
I don't know, I brought it up to let us have video conferencing, so I don't mind it.
Do we want to put a number on it, or do we want to just say video conference in general?
How in the past, when you did allow it, did you, have that person participate or do you have a screen in here or anything?
I think, yeah, we have that screen.
Okay.
Jan, you got any?
It didn't work when Michael was in Colorado. It worked with Rosemary's son when she was ill and couldn't come to the meetings before she passed.
I guess what was the impetus of not allowing it before, when you guys took action to not allow it?
Our city attorney was like anti-video conference, so he was not for it. From my understanding, that's what the problem was. Roger?
I got no problem. It'd be fine with me, but if we start having problems where we lose and it's disconnected, then we have to say no at that point. And I could see where someone might not be able to be here. I'd be okay with it. I'd be okay with having it.
So if we leave it and later on it becomes a problem, we can always do an addendum, right?
You can revise the ordinance or in your annual review.
Okay. I'm not opposed to leaving it.
Can we put that we try it for 6 months or something?
I'd rather not have an ordinance that says only part of it's effective for 6
Okay.
months. Rather, the proper way to do it is to adopt the ordinance how you want it, and then if you're gonna revise it down the road, to adopt another ordinance revising this one or a specific section of it, or like I said, in your annual review, changing it at that point. Give it a whirl for a year. If it doesn't work out, you know, go from there.
Oh, yeah, because it says we shall review. Yeah, okay.
I'll make a promise not to try to zoom in on top of a mountain again.
After Colorado's flat, you ever tried that
You
part?
want C's or something? How did that work?
I was literally up in a mountain town with horrible service. It was a meeting that got brought up a very,
Were there quorum issues when that happened? Like, was your participation needed or your presence needed?
yes.
So that is addressed here. It does still require a quorum of bodies present.
So in section 2.15B1, says citizens and other visitors are welcome to attend all public meetings of the city council and will be admitted to the meeting room in open session up to the fire capacity of the room as determined by the fire marshal. I understand that that's law. I've asked in the past for us to get a way for them to go out there and have a video, like kind of like what Cleburne does. You sit in a whole different room besides the council chamber.
In the event that it's over?
Yes. Is Is there any way we can specify if fire code is met in this room, then we will have an alternative for people to still attend?
I mean, you do have the streaming available. You can, I mean, is your concern, someone who's here who didn't get here on time to meet the capacity, wanting to speak?
No, it's more of, yes, you can watch it on a live stream, but if you want to ask a question or actually be here to participate,
Right.
like, obviously they don't get to participate, but if they want to be here, then they should be able to be here and not have to go home and watch it on their laptop or something.
Right. I mean, at that point, part of these rules, you don't want to kind of legislate for every possibility. You could, it would be up to the presiding officer at that point, you know, anybody willing to leave the room so so-and-so can come and speak. It's something that you could put in there that the city will make reasonable efforts to allow those who cannot enter the room to still participate. Participate in public hearings or participate in the comment.
What do y'all think?
How often have you reached capacity?
I mean, we've had this place pretty full and the lobby pretty full. I don't think there's a capacity sign anywhere in here, but
We were trying to determine capacity for another issue, it's 150, so.
We would have to set up a monitor out there so people could see what's happening.
like if I go to a Cleburne meeting, especially during COVID, they wouldn't let you in the chamber.
Mhm.
They would have you in another room with watching a video monitor. A lot of cities do it.
Are there security issues with that? I mean, we don't want people unattended in another room as well in the city, unless there's someone there to be with them.
Well, we have enough here, so.
And how do you anticipate which meetings you're gonna have it set up for and which you're not?
I mean,
And in those circumstances, when there's items on your agenda where you foresee that there's gonna be a lot of people at the meeting, you could always choose an alternative meeting venue, like the school, like what happened a couple months ago, or?
I mean, I think it'd be as simple as running an HDMI cable out to the foyer and having a TV installed out there.
What's the capacity out there, though?
I mean, if we can have 150 people in here, let's say another 50 out there.
Do you have a TV that can go in and out?
Well, I mean, they have those, like the hooks. All you have to do is pull a string and it comes down. It's not hard to pull it in and out.
I think if you're gonna address it, you should address it as the city shall make reasonable efforts to allow those, wanting to attend to participate in the public hearing. And that gives us the discretion to set up a TV outside, to have people come in and out, just depending on the capacity.
That works for me.
Works for me, too. Yeah, that way we're not bound to one option.
Right. Like I said, it doesn't make sense to legislate for every possibility. Let me grab some here and see if you guys have something.
So 2.15B3,
I'm still on 211. I just wanted to get some wording that you guys would all agree with.
B3. Public comment shall be allowed as permitted by law. No formal action shall be taken on any issue not listed on the agenda. The mayor or a majority of the city council may set a uniform speaking time limit per speaker. The speakers will be called in the order the visitor cards are received. I would like to change that to the city council may set a uniform speaking time, and that time will be 5 minutes.
That's the time that you all have now.
Yes.
So take out the mayor or a majority of the,
Yes, it just needs to say a majority of the city council.
Each speaker shall be permitted to speak for 5 minutes.
Yes.
okay. And are we going to start giving out cards, or do we need to take that part out?
I wouldn't think you would have to use cards if y'all was gonna continue using the list.
Okay, so then,
List is fine.
so we need,
In the order they appear on the sign sheet.
Two dot 15B11. Citizens and other visitors attending city council meetings shall not bring food or drink into the city council chamber or into any room in which the city council is meeting. I think we should make an exception for water at least. Or a clear liquid.
Or Dr. Pepper in a bottle.
I mean,
or
our
just
meeting's
narrow
still-
it down to not bringing food.
No
Yes.
food. No more, no food.
I mean, because our meetings go to almost midnight sometimes. People need a drink.
No, you can't drink.
I'm going to say.
No, it just says citizens and other
I could say one of
visitors.
our cities
I'm not-
adopted this yesterday, and, they didn't like the dress attire required for.
Business casual, I think that's perfect. We've got to represent, so if you don't look good, you don't act
The
good.
comment was made that my business casual might be different from someone else's business casual.
On 2.17B, it's city council members' request for information. Item B states request shall be for inspection only. Can we remove that? If I want a copy of something so I can do further research, I should be able to get that.
That's up to you.
So when it says request shall be for inspection only, what exactly does that mean?
That means that you can come in and look at the records once the city secretary has worked it.
Okay. Yeah, I vote let's take that off too.
Can you limit the number of requests the person makes at one time?
I would,
Appendix A.
you can, I just would recommend it.
Okay, so this form here, this Appendix A, I'm not a lawyer, and I don't think any of these other ones are. So is there any particular verbiage that has to be on this form in order for us to obtain information?
It's already on the form, that's why we drafted the form, because if you're asking for information in your official capacity, then you're asking it with this form. There are certain times when an individual on the council might ask for information on your personal capacity. And so that's why this form specifies that you're asking it for your input in your official capacity. Part of why the distinction is required is because information received in your official capacity, if it is accepted or confidential under law, if you disclose that, that's a violation of the law.
Okay, so if I want the 2023 proposed budget or the final budget, so if I say I'm requesting this information, yada, yada, description of project, if I just put budget and then detailed description of documents or information received or requested, FY '23 budget, proposed or final, I have to make sure that I use that sort of verbiage, right? So if I just put FY '23 budget, it's not gonna be good enough?
Well, the city, it's just like an open records request, the city needs, or the city secretary, whoever staff is gonna fulfill it, needs to know, have enough information about what you're actually requesting. So that might be the circumstance where clarification is requested, you know, in the PIA world, you know, the city has the right to ask for a clarification. If that was requested on this form, the city would probably ask for a clarification.
Okay.
You have to be specific so that we.
So this is why I ask, because this is godly, and about 90% of us they're country bumpkins, so they don't have the same verbiage as someone of your sort might have, or I don't know what type of person you are, but I mean, we know what we're talking about because we live it every day. Now, the people here, like Roger, for instance, Roger, he's probably, bless your heart, I'm so sorry, but I'm just using you as an example. He's not gonna be able to request the same type of stuff that I do because he doesn't know the verbiage. So how hardcore are you guys gonna be on this form?
It needs to be clear enough so that staff knows what you're asking for. This is different from public information requests, but I imagine that it would be treated the same. If it's not clear what the council member is requesting a copy of, then the city would seek clarification.
Okay. I just don't want a bunch of back and forth like it has been the past 6 months where it's tooth and nail trying to get this information because we don't know the right verbiage. I mean, the way it's been in the last 6 months has been complete ridiculous. So if this is going to clarify and actually give the ability to obtain those records, then I'd be for it. But if you're gonna continue in the sort that you have been in the past, I don't think I want to move forward with it.
Well, we've discussed, about the handling of requests currently from council members. They're all being treated as public information requests. When things are getting released in public information requests, whether they're confidential or not, they're ending up on the internet. And so at this time, we're treating all open records requests in the interest of the city, or all requests for records as open records requests in the interest of the city.
Okay.
Protect those confidentiality and those cases where the city has the prerogative to keep information confidential.
So wouldn't that, when you discuss that type of thing, wouldn't that be something you need to contrast to the council when you discuss it and decide that? So that we're not trying to kill ourselves in order to get the information that we need?
That was communicated to the council at the last
Did you guys hear it?
So without getting ourselves in trouble, since that was discussed in executive session, before that executive session, I had never heard that.
As I stated, there are things that the city has the prerogative to keep confidential or except for disclosure. There are things in the past that have been put on the internet that are confidential by law and places the city in liability, and for that reason, we're treating all requests as open records requests.
Okay, so,
This would change that process. This would adopt a process where if you are requesting information in your official capacity, you would have to follow this process. That being said, if you are requesting information in your official capacity, you are bound to those same things, attorney-client privilege, pending litigation, pending complaints, pending prosecutions. If that information is released to the public, you can personally be held criminally liable for releasing that information if it's information that you received in your official capacity.
so at those times that you're speaking of, has it been addressed one-on-one with that particular person? And if not, why not?
No.
As a city attorney, in order to protect the city, at that time that is being violated, wouldn't it be civil for you to come and say, hey, by the way, you're doing this is against yada, 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 we need to stop? Because how are you going to prevent that from happening from any other time? I mean, we need you to work for us as a protector. If you're not doing that, then you're not fulfilling your duties.
Well, if someone is doing that and posting information that was received in their official capacity that's confidential, they're acting in a criminal way, and we're the city attorneys, we're not your individual attorneys, so we're not gonna reach out to you and say, hey, you're breaking the law. You're acting in a criminal act. We're not your personal attorneys.
Okay, but you just said the reason that we're having to do open records request is because that is happening. So, I mean, you're contradicting yourself in a way because number one,
No, because as city attorney, our duty is to protect and keep the city from liability. So we are doing that and treating things as open records requests because there are numerous lawsuits and issues pending against the city that are ending up in the public.
okay, and this is the first meeting that we're discussing about it. So if you're trying to protect the city, it should have been an agenda item at the time that it happened so that we could discuss it and we could have taken it into executive session so that we could protect the city.
No.
So even if I ask for things in my official capacity and outline the 2 steps that I'm required to meet to ask for something in my official capacity by state law, why have I still not received my items?
I'm sorry?
I have requested multiple documents in my official capacity and stated why they were in my official capacity.
In my discussions with the AG's office, they have indicated that it is the city's discretion whether they're gonna treat things as requested in an official capacity or public information. So I don't know what you requested, per se. But if it was treated as an open records request and you were requesting something that's confidential by law or could be accepted, it very well could have been withheld to protect the interests of the city.
So can you tell me the case law around council members having unrestricted access?
Not at this point, no.
So was there an AG opinion back in '83 that said that council members have unrestricted access?
It's from 1983, but there have been interpretations of that as well. In my discussions with the Attorney General's office, what they state is that requests for information in the official capacity can be either treated as an open records request or not. They don't necessarily fall in the Public Information Act. So what the AG's office said is it's the discretion of the city whether they're gonna give that information or not.
So how are we as the governing body, supposed to make decisions if we can't get documents that we need to make those decisions because the city wants to withhold them.
Sometimes individual council members' personal interests are, counter to what the, city's interests are.
My interests are the citizens' interests.
Sometimes they are not in line with what the city interests are. And so, as city attorneys, our take is to protect the city and the city's interests.
So how is an all-detail report, which just lists transactions that the city has made, not in the interest of a city council member who has to, well, we should already be doing budget workshops.
We are going way outside the agenda item that's posted to talk about this specific rules of conduct and procedure. So if you're asking these questions in terms of how you want the wording changed, I would recommend you go back to, on
Well, I don't know why we're approving this if everything's an open records request.
That's not what this section states. This makes it that if you're requesting information in your official capacity, then you have to follow the procedure. If you're making an open records request, you make an open records request.
Yes, I get that. I had a municipal attorney write up my requests, so I know they're correct. And they still are being treated as open records requests. So how does this form do anything for that?
I've already stated, again, sometimes personal interests of city council members are counter to what the interests of the city are. In our discussions with the AG's office, they've indicated that we can treat them as open records requests.
Who makes the determination on what someone's interest is when they ask for information? Is that in the information?
Sometimes it's very clear what the issue is. I would direct you to our executive session items and look at that.
So let me get this straight. You either have one of two choices. You either do an open records request or you fill out this form and do a request per the official capacity. And that is it. So how do we resort to not having an open records request or having to do this? Do we set guidelines to state if we request, then it needs to be given? I mean, I don't understand it because they've never had issues in the past. But since November, December, everything has changed where all of a sudden nobody gets anything. Everything is kept close to their hearts. So I don't understand why there's no information that needs to be given to the council in order to make a justified decision isn't being released to the council. And I mean, if I'm being honest, that's one of the reasons why I'm pushing the forensic audit. I mean, if there is,
A lot of issues there. I'm not sure what your question.
we need to be where everybody knows what's going on. We have nothing to hide. Why are we not being more transparent? I don't understand why the transparency isn't there. If there's nothing to hide, why can you not be transparent?
Like I said, there are circumstances where individual interests are counter to what the city's interests are.
And those ones are the ones that need to be discussed at that time. Everything else is not that subject, so it's irrelevant to your statement. If I asked for documents, like for instance, the checks that the mayor has written since December of last year, why can I not receive those?
There's no reason why you couldn't.
Okay, well, I've asked for them multiple times and they have not been received.
Did you ask for it in writing?
Yes, I did.
Well, we're outside the item on the agenda.
We're not, we're trying to get justification so the wording,
I know it's funny to everyone here, but we are outside of the agenda. The Open Meetings Act requires that we discuss the items that are on the agenda.
Right, and this is on the agenda, and we're trying to get justification on how we need to make sure that this is not going to, for better words, screw us later. So, I mean,
So, to give you an example, if you personally would have requested something regarding your criminal investigation while the investigation's pending or prosecution's pending, you have a personal interest that is counter to what the city's interest is, and the city's interest would be to prosecute that case. In those circumstances, that information should not be released to you, because your interests counter the city interests.
okay, but the police records that I've requested multiple times, I'm supposed to have access to, correct?
It depends on what the issue is. There's litigation pending, there's complaints filed, there's lots of things pending. So we have to look at a request in terms of, is this official business from the city? Are they requesting it in their official capacity? Are there any personal interests that might counter what the city's interests?
Okay, so then, how do we word this to state if personal interest is involved? Because all other requests should not have to have a form, all other requests should not have to have an open request. That's absurd for a council member who has a timeline in order to make a decision to have to do an open request and then get 5 or 6 letters stating that we did not state the verbiage correctly from your office. So there again, we have no information in order to make the proper decision that needs to be made. So how do we word this right here to state that the only time that we need to request this official capacity, or in our official capacity, if it is what you said, I can't even talk, the back and forth as far as the city having personal responsibility. What you just said, like for the criminal or any kind of legal stuff, that kind of stuff I can understand.
Point 17E, it says nothing herein shall prevent the city council member from requesting information consistent in accordance with the parameters of the Public Information Act. Nothing herein shall prevent the city from processing a request for information from a city council member that does not conform with section 2.17 herein in accordance with the public information.
Right, but still, you're requesting us to do an open request. We shouldn't have to do that.
Are you saying now, or are you talking about the rules of procedure, which is what you want?
I just asked you a few minutes ago, we had 2 options, an ORR or this official capacity. At any certain time, should a council member need to do an ORR? That is a timeline that we don't have. We need the materials so that we can do our due diligence in order to make the justified decision for the citizens. If we don't have that information, we can't make that justified decision.
What is your question?
You're the one with the question. You just said,
What is your question as it pertains to the rules of procedure?
we should not have to do an ORR.
So how do you propose that you get the information?
We request it unless there is some sort of technicality stating that it's an illegal issue or there's some verbiage that we're not allowed to see for like executive issues of some sort.
So this gives the city the discretion to say, no, we're gonna treat this as in accordance with the Public Information Act in those circumstances.
Right, but the city says that on every item.
Currently, yes, because again, there's information that's being requested that is being requested where there's personal interests that are counter to the city's interests.
Okay, well, the checks that I asked for were not anything pertaining to that.
We're not here to discuss specific open records.
I understand that.
We're here to talk about the rules of procedure.
But that is an example of what I'm stating that this is having an issue with me for. Right, so how do we fix that?
I would be open to your request for revisions. I mean, I think, these were drafted to make it clear when you're requesting information in your official capacity and when you're not. I'd be open to, recommendations from y'all for that.
So 2.17A says a council member's request made in his or her official capacity under section 2.17 is not governed by the Public Information Act and as such is only enforceable by the members of the city council. Can you explain what that means?
Like I said, when we talked to the AG's office, they said that a city council member's request is outside of the Public Information Act, but that the city may choose to treat it as a public information request. I'm sorry,
So-
can you slow your words down so we can understand you?
So it says as such is only enforceable by members of the city council. So the city council will be making those determinations, not the,
No, basically, a violation of this rule would be enforced by city council.
So what is the official policy to determine the intent and by who?
Typically, your legal department or your city attorney determines whether someone's personal interests are counter to what the city's interests are.
Okay, so is there a policy that states that, like, to give us some guidelines on where those borderlines are?
so what prevents the city from saying everything's an ORR at that point? Is there anything in writing?
I kind of feel like we need to revisit this 2.17 altogether. I need to do some more research, and I know this is my last meeting, but I can always forward my information to other new council members if I need to. But with that being said, we really need a policy put in place that creates those borderlines of what is and isn't to your discretion.
Our job as a city attorney is to protect the city from liability and to protect the city's interests, and so we'll do that.
Right, but we still need those borderlines in writing stating where you're going to say, hey, you crossed the line. So we need it in writing. We have a bad habit of not putting things in writing. Everything that we do here needs to be in writing from this time forward. And I'm not saying writing after the fact, I'm saying writing before it is voted on.
So the thing with this rules of procedure and conduct is that it's gonna be difficult to legislate for each circumstance.
Well, you can give some sort of synopsis of where you're headed. I mean, you can't go in there blindly and say, hey, by the way, today I'm gonna say this crosses the line. Hey, by the way, tomorrow I'm gonna say this crosses the line. No, we need consistency. Have you not seen the issues that we have here?
Consistency is in the Public Information Act, because the Public Information Act states that everything is open except for these exceptions. And these exceptions and confidentiality laws spell out what is confidential by law, what is accepted from disclosure, and things that are confidential and accepted from disclosure are things to protect the city from liability.
Then I guess you have your basis to start your policy.
I'm not gonna draft a policy, first of all, for the city.
But I thought your best interest was in the protection of the city.
I'm gonna go by what the Public Information Act says. I'm not gonna draft a specific policy in regards to the interpretation of the Public Information Act.
Okay. Again, I think we need to revisit 2-17 altogether.
So the document request form also states it's being released for internal viewing only. I would like that removed
Which one is that?
on the Appendix A. So does anyone else have any questions about the rules of procedure?
No, I just think they need to be revisited.
I'll make a motion to table this item once again and revisit it at the second meeting in May.
I second that.
Motion and a second to table this item. Alderman Thompson,
Yes.
Alderman Whitehead,
Yes.
Alderman Matthews, Cornelison,
Yes. Yes.
Pepperpoose.
Yes.
Okay. Item C, discuss and consider for possible action to post in the local newspaper and on the City of Godly, Texas website an RFP for an external forensic audit by a third party on all City of Godly financials, City of Godly Police Department, and City of Godly court records, which all submissions will need to be emailed to all council members for further review.
So, obviously, this is mine. I have, if you'll take one of these and push, I have typed up some things that I think needs to be in this RFP. First off, I'll wait till everybody has it. So, first off, it says, we are seeking qualified professionals to perform forensic and investigate accounting services for the period blank through blank. Respondents will be required to demonstrate their experience in providing these types of services on other public sector investigations, forensic and investigative services, an analysis and examination of all vendor remittances in excess of blank to determine if, number one, proper purchasing and procurement protocols were upheld. Number two, conflict of interest disclosures filed and executed. Number three, contract amounts authorized. Number 4, bids, proposals solicited. Number 5, vendor due diligence performed. Additionally, reviewing payroll records and accounting entries related to payroll. Reviewing documentation to support contemporaneous accrual and record keeping for vacation, sick, PTO time. Review court administrator reports and activities. Review all police investigations and their outcomes. Review police department reports and activities. Review all pending complaints and any open investigations. Now, mind you, this is just a draft that I drafted up, so I am open for anyone's opinion on if we need to change any of this.
Forensic audit does not do a forensic audit on police department criminal investigation. They have no authority to do that.
Okay, that's fine. We can mark that off.
Well, I don't have a copy of what you just did.
You got an extra one? Was there an extra one?
I don't think so.
So in my opinion, I think we need to go back 10 years just to get a complete picture of what's gone on in the past versus what's going on right now. So I'm proposing to go to 2013 to 2023. Does anybody else have any opinions on that?
I would also leave out that police department reports and activities is incredibly vague. And again, the police department should not be subject to, their reports are written, so, many of those reports can be confidential by law. For instance, if they deal with juveniles, if they deal with pending and open investigations or prosecutions. This is highly, outside of the norm. Or an audit of that would be outside of the norm.
Okay, so if we wanted to know about the police investigations and their outcomes, who would we need to contact for that?
You can do an open records request. I mean, it's not the prerogative of the city council. General operations of the police department, yes, but specific investigations aren't the prerogative of the council.
Okay, well, I'm okay with leaving those out because I can talk to other people to do that themselves. I know that we are a small city, so I think that we should make a small amount as far as the vendor remittances. Because we don't know what's gone on over here. We don't know how to, I guess, analyze the dollar amount for that spot. Are you guys supposed to say either 250 or 500?
I think one thing to consider is if the city even has the funds to request such an audit. The city is currently, in an audit, an ongoing audit for, I believe, the last fiscal year.
This is totally different from that audit. So, I actually did an analysis of our budget, and we do have the funds to do this, as long as the budget has been utilized and reconciled correctly the past 6 months.
We haven't paid employees in the last 6 months, or majority of employees, so pretty sure we have plenty of money.
Plus, we had a,
We've paid employees.
Employees have been paid.
Everybody's been paid.
Yeah, but we're not paying a city secretary $80,000. We're not paying a city administrator $80,000. Oh, sorry, court clerk $80,000. I mean, there's money in our budget that is definitely gonna be unused this year.
right.
Is that money budgeted for a forensic audit? Because if it's not, then you're acting outside of your
No,
budget.
it is not.
We can do an amendment. There can be amendments.
Right, yeah.
So, but first, like you said, we need this to be done, and I've had this on the agenda for approximately 9 times now. So we need to get it on, and we need to get it in the paper, and we need to get it done. So I don't know where the roadblock keeps happening and why it keeps happening. But according to the rest of this document, is there anything else that's out of line?
All pending complaints and open investigations,
Yeah, I already crossed that out.
the last 3 bullets.
Yep. So otherwise, everything else is good.
I've just been provided this today, so,
Same, I just got all my documents today as well.
I'm sorry?
I got all my documents today as well.
I can't make a legal determination on whether this needs to be harmless.
So are you guys okay with a dollar amount of $250?
I'm sorry, what's the dollar amount for?
So any remittances in excess of $250
No.
is in accordance of all of the bullets. I mean, we don't have a whole lot of big ticket items, from what I understand. So it's not like we're a $70 million budgeted city. We can't put a $50,000 marker on there, or we'll have nothing come up, and it would be a waste of time.
So whenever you say all vendor remittances, what exactly does that encompass? Because we don't know what vendors we use.
Yeah, so this is actually gonna pull those.
So our Amazon card that we have used in the past, would that be considered?
Yes.
Is that for each transaction if they bought something for $50?
$250.
The scope of this isn't set out, does it cover the entire city?
The agenda item states that.
But this is your RFP, this is what people will see, so are you wanting it for the entire city?
Well, yeah. I mean, what else would I want it for? We don't have an inner city, do we?
No, I mean, it should specify that.
Well, like I said, this is a draft for everybody to have something to grow off of. If there's something somebody else wants, or if they don't even want all of these things, I'm open for negotiation. But the only way that we're all going to have a justified decision in this is if we actually talk, not just me. And I would have given this sooner, but I was running out of time. I literally wrote these up in my notes and then hurried up and printed them.
So I'm good with 250.
So are you guys good for the services for the period of 2013 through 2023?
I would rather get the, start there, get the information back from the people who might wanna do this for us and see what the cost is, if that's, we have the money because we haven't spent it, but do we need to go back that far? I don't know. And if we don't go back that far, we go back 8 years, 7 years, 6 years, what's the cost of doing that? But right now, let's just get it out and see what happens.
All right, so are any of these bullets are any of these bullets things that you don't think we need, or do you think that we need to add some more? I mean, I would love some input on this.
Kathleen brings up a good point. The city keeps things by retention schedules, local government retention schedules. And so some of this information might not even be there back to that time. All the retention schedules are at the Texas State Library and Archives Commission. They're the general. There are certain schedules that apply to different departments and different records, just depending on what they are.
So I'm actually a retention manager in my department right now. Most of these items are a 10-year retention. There's very few that are a 7 and very few that are a 2. If that's the case, they'll come back and say, hey, we've got a retention problem. But they're always in digital archives. Well, they're supposed to be.
Will this audit tell us stuff like, our handbook was out of date? We have no list of items we own or the city uses. Will it tell us, will it go into that type of information so we can do a better job, so the city can do a better job? Or is this just money?
Well, I mean, what it'll do is probably extract a list of things that we've purchased and any conflicts within those lists that we've purchased. With those lists, you can actually justify to see if there are any assets on there that needs to be included into an asset list. But it will give us said data in order to create those lists.
What is it meant by vendor due diligence performed? You're gonna have to specify that.
Okay, so vendor due diligence, did they fill out a vendor form? Did they, submit all of the vendor credentials as far as, usually you have to have, tax forms, what is it, like a W-9, all of that kind of thing.
And when you say contract amounts authorized, what do you mean by that?
Okay, so contract amounts authorized by whomever is authorized to approve them. So were they approved or were they not approved? If they were approved, who approved them and did they have the capability to approve them? So I guess by authorized personnel. Do you guys have any other questions, additives, take anything out?
satisfied with the way this is written?
No.
I think that it needs to be looked into by you more than what we have here. I personally don't think a forensic audit is necessary, but I'd like to see that you look into this before we do anything on it.
So we are approving the posting of the RFP according to the agenda. So the posting can happen, but this draft that you have here, you can go back and review and then submit it to us for final review. And then once that review is approved, then we can put this in where it needs to go.
When it gets posted, it has to be posted in its final form, yes. So it can be reviewed and revised if the council takes action.
And how long does it take you to review?
It depends on when we get it and when we need it by.
Well, you're getting it right now.
Well, the council hasn't taken action yet.
Well, I'm just saying hypothetically, you're getting it right now, so you've already got it in your hands. How long would it take you to review?
I would need to look at it to see what would need to be added, because there's some general boilerplate language that needs to be added for any RFP or RFQ.
But according to the context, the drafted context, is there anything out of line that you see?
Not necessarily out of line, I think it's incredibly vague, if you had to ask my specific opinion. I think it needs to be more specific than, bids, proposals, solicited. What does that mean? Does that mean, were they solicited when they were required to be solicited? It's not clear, so I think it's gonna be hard for a vendor to, or someone who performs these audits to determine what they're actually doing.
Okay, so I would like to place a motion to post in the local newspaper and on the City of Godly, Texas website a RFP for external forensic audit by a third party on all City Godly financials and City of Godly court records, with review of this document by the city attorney, to be posted within the next 30 days.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Alderman,
Yes.
What are the posting requirements to get something in the newspaper? What do they need to post?
Probably in at least 3 days notice. I don't know what the next qualification is.
Alderman Whitehead,
No.
No.
Yes. Yes.
motion carries. With the exceptions noted.
As stated, you would need a budget amendment to authorize this type of expenditure.
Can we get that on the agenda, please? And also on that same agenda, will you add the edit to this document to be discussed?
So when you post an RFP or RFQ, you're actually posting what you want. You're posting the scope. If you want this to come back to the council, unless there's a third meeting, it's not gonna be written before it gets posted.
I guess we'll have a special meeting.
There you go.
we're ready to move on to item D. Discuss and consider for possible action adopting a resolution to hire Brad Anderson as interim city administrator.
So is he here?
Yes.
Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so I actually added this item. As a lot of you are aware, we are coming up on budget season. We need to get a move on it. Right now, I did not see, or actually I requested the applications for administrator multiple times. I finally received them today. So I only had 2 to go off of because I posted my own posting to kind of recruit somebody in that seat.
Did the council authorize you to recruit
No.
managers on behalf of the city?
It's our duty to do so.
Did the council authorize you to?
I didn't do it officially, I did it on my own.
Go ahead.
Okay. So anyhow, I received two resumes. One of them backed out and submitted their resume for the full-time administrator, which left 1 resume. So the resume that I got was for Mr. Brad Anderson. He also included 2 letters of recommendation from highly noted people. So I'd like to give him a chance. Unfortunately, even though the item was on the agenda, there was no resolution or contract. You actually get it or no?
No, you asked me to draft one yesterday at 3:30, and I told you I can't do that.
But also the last meeting, I stated if you saw something of that content on the agenda, that you should do your due diligence and move forward on it.
You cannot draft an agreement without knowing the terms of the agreement. As I stated in response to your request for me to draft something at 3:30 yesterday, this process for choosing a city administrator is outside the norm.
But this is an interim, it's not a city administrator.
Interim, whether it be interim or city administrator. There are actually some legal issues that I need to discuss with the council in regards to this item, so I'd like to request to take the council into executive session.
All right. We will go into executive session.
Yes, Mayor,
Why?
we need to announce the reason for executive session. So executive session, the council will be, or temporarily adjourning the regular session to go into closed or executive session pursuant to section 551.071, consultations with attorney, consultation with interim city attorney to seek advice of said attorney, and section 551.074, discussion on the appointment, employment, evaluation of reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee regarding action item D, discuss and consider for possible action adopting a resolution to hire Brad Anderson as interim city administrator. Go ahead, Dan.
So we're adjourning into an executive session.
Did Michael tell you what your grant?
So that would have been, still the option to do.
Yes, it is comprehensive. You can ask for budget items, you can have a budget item. Since it's an ending budget item of $20,000, you can make a request January 12th, 2023. I want every monthly fee to the city of Raleigh for attorney's fees by this meeting. That is very specific.
Okay, you requested it. So what they send you back one of the, AOG thing?
Yeah, but they only have 10 days to the Attorney General to respond back. And then I still have to drop my video. Now, I got some records that said, oh, I know. Yeah, that was good. So I'm ready to that back. And then I'll bring it up and I'll go from now there's those video because that's why
No, I'm saying if I was like if I said. It brings more people. Billing, monthly billing, hours. Everybody makes money. That did. Except us.
building statement to the city government. And the city attorney. But see, the problem is the litigation is just involved. You do a little shimmy, it doesn't deal with the billing. So I'm sorry. Because it is such, I'm sorry, I haven't. I don't know. But I would accept it if there was a negative effect. It's not wasting time.
Signed up, right? It's like, okay, yeah. Right, right.
Well,
That's from the insurance. She sits there allowing her. And I know they don't like shit, but those
Mr. Anderson is still here. Is Mr. Anderson still here?
Mr. Anderson.
Come back here.
Give me a special meeting. And if the mayor doesn't do it, then the mayor pro tem can, because that is refusal to act, the mayor pro tem can act. I'm calling a special meeting. All I need is here. My book. You need to deal with clear hours.
So I ultimately ended up fixing those and that qualified me as it.
But it's a joke. No, because it is such that's the well, there's always an excuse. Okay, there is no excuse. There's nothing there other than misleading offenses by the mayor. Election fraud and all the other stuff goes with it.
I know, you can't,
That's all I want. That's gonna be your cash out.
But until that is worked together, and the package, and you go. It's like
A lot to do this week. We're leaving for Iowa.
we learn when we deal with judges. At least even if I respect the judge, I know the judge.
Yeah, so
I have to
I
screw with
wouldn't
the
have,
judge.
I tried,
Here's B, here's the trail that goes down, here's
tell
the
them
break
like,
point,
I
gets you down to
would like to do it
Tuesday.
another
Why?
time, but.
well,
Okay,
that's
so once they find out, go, oh, okay, yeah. Now, we have real, yes, every city has to be a judge and a bad judge. The good ones will catch on, go, boom, boom, when you lay it out, go, okay, boom, boom, boom. No longer plaintiff has to talk, it's the plaintiff.
Because.
Why haven't you done that? Like, I just did another case. Opposing side wasn't cooperating, doesn't give, I did a judgment, provided it to the court, here's all the rationale, here's 2 months worth of emails trying to get the other side to cooperate.
Like you see what's going on right now.
I didn't have to talk. Judge is hammering the other side. Why didn't you, why didn't you, why didn't you, why didn't you? I'm making it a submission, I'm gonna do it. What did the attorney do?
Not really.
2 days later, she submits her own judgment, which is against the rules just gonna ignore it. It's not, it's not. It's not even what his rule was, which mine was, the judge, you know, that's not what you have to do, is you have to. I hear the city council, they don't spoon feed them. They have the city council, 50,000 questions. Yes, I mean, yes, I understand. The city council, I needed to take more than one season. Most of them, really.
I know, and then do all these.
He's a, and it's on my phone, he has the mindset of trying to run this town.
I was thinking the same thing, like, money is invested.
Yeah, unfortunately. We're not mowing the grass.
Well, I mean, we're over in excess of the budget.
Oh, 7-2, if I'm really close by.
So I'm wondering if
The city ordinance of godly people. LGC, authority of godly dictate that the mayor shall go back to the city council, which he has.
Well, my assistant, the yard guy,
So,
yeah, West Navy
okay,
yard,
so who's gonna-
West Navy yard guy left the gate open and ran my dog.
It's the city council's obligation to hold it on behalf of the city.
But I've got an Aussie.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes and no.
I did, yeah, I didn't come up here until I got home, but.
But if we, as we discussed.
We, finally, we tried everything, we finally installed on the top and on the bottom, 10,000.
That's not.
Yeah, so they're gonna say, yep, I never.
Well, that's true, but we need 3 here. And not even worried about we can do something to the city attorney, go, file a decision and remove them. That's a mandate by the city council. Exactly, and AC can't vote on it. So it's a 3-2.
So much.
Left, right,
And people are scared.
Online's going.
Yeah, when you saw those couples, they went like that.
State Bar of Texas says
They're
that.
puppies.
Okay, and I provided those.
Right, right,
Those
right.
sections.
Should've just
As a
adopted
city
them,
attorney.
you know?
And there's at least
I
4.
never had any eat.
So.
Yeah, I don't remember this thing anymore. I was long time ago, 11:30.
She should be
All the
going.
way to the.
Yeah, but she persuaded me, the elder, whatever.
Like,
And unless Michael is on board, and Roger is on board, those, and they had a meeting with the minds as to what to do.
but if you had really good kolaches, like really good kolaches, you'd understand.
Jen was having to pull the wagon, push the wagon. Michael goes, okay, he was Texas is just that wheel.
Which I don't even understand, it's not even
Because he
close.
knows, police officer in Texas.
No, listen,
It's fine.
please, in my hearing, please do not call sausage rolls law. I tried one of the places in West, I'm trying to just work out, like, I don't wanna change my eating habits right now. That's too much. I could either work out or change my eating habits, and I'm opting to work out. We'll see what happens.
I'm gonna do either one of those.
All right. No, I was like, I'm gonna have to have keys to drive my car.
so much more to say about it. Sorry? Well, yeah, definitely. I'm sure lots of them know how many people are on the planet. I don't know, because they seem to be out of touch, so many people.
Because you'll have to do a part two. You'll have to sign allowing her to watch, because she's watching for a candidate. She can't join by herself, she has to be invited by like a election committee, election officer, or candidate committee. But she can't just do it on her own. Well, you can send me that info. Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. I got some text. It's like, it's not online, you gotta read them, like maybe right after the two questions. You can't tell it. Sure. did like from Godly how you quoted like we're not supposed to.
No, I haven't actually eaten it. You're talking about it. Yeah, like this. You're talking about it. Eggs are supposed to be crunchy. Yeah. I'm a big fan. Big. So would it be funny? I didn't try to see you. Bruce Bands and like that. But it's too long. It's not a brew like I don't think he's too much. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly why. Yeah. Yeah, he's going to show. He's Kevin has like for a show. Oh, okay. So you were talking about all the shows. And I said, that week show, like if I had like a big skeptic of that, oh, yeah. You try to be ready next week, and then, you know, you're gonna try to turn. Not even home. He came out and did his play. And it was Brian May. They sounded so good. I don't think it was the whole show. He's good on the show. That was a perfect matchup.
For what So yeah, so like, yeah. Write a 30-second trailer for
You look invigorated.
write a 30-second trailer. I tried to make the burger good for you. It does have quite a bit of mustard and they wait to be.
No, it just charged it, because for some reason, a lot of people in the city, it'll skip a month and then charge them for both months, and it'll skip a month, and I don't know why it's doing that.
Well, I'll look into it. I was trying to keep my eye out for it.
Look,
Appreciate it.
it's a red line.
All right. Executive session has ended. We're reconvening. On item Delta, do we have any a motion of any kind? To table this since we've made plans?
Make a motion, we table item D.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second to table item D. Alderman Thompson?
No.
Yes.
Mary Ann?
Yes.
Roger?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Michael.
Yes.
Motion carries. We move to item E. Discuss and consider for possible action and/or direction to city staff regarding a roadway maintenance plan / program to identify and prioritize public roadways and rights-of-ways within the city limits in need of repair or maintenance.
Okay,
Jennifer,
so,
before you get started, did TxDOT get a hold of you, Kathleen, or AC about a donation of material?
That's totally off topic. We don't talk about this.
It's road repairs.
Specific road.
Yes, specific road repairs. So Kathleen, regarding some milled asphalt. Yep. Okay.
No.
Good. Okay, so, I am wondering what our normal protocol is as far as the road repairs go right now. Like, what do we do right now in order to repair our roads?
We get a loaded coal patch, which we've used for several, smaller potholes and one bigger pothole. We've still got a little bit of it left, I'm told by the Public Works guys. We also, Joshua, the city of Joshua has told us that they will come help us when they have no work for their road repair crews. We would have to pay them but
How often do we use them?
we have not used them. Because in the past, they haven't had the slack time, but apparently when they called one of our employees who's no longer employed here, and he told them, no, we didn't need it, he didn't have time to fool with it. So, I've gotta get back in contact with them
You have all the you have all of the contact information?
for Joshua. No, but I can get it.
Okay.
I know people over there that I can call.
And how do you assess which roads need repair and which ones do not? And do you address any calls that come in from citizens when they offer an advice as far as roads that need repair?
We have sent people out to check every time we've gotten a call that there was someplace that needed to be patched. They
So-
weren't always in our city, but we sent somebody out to check them and make sure that they weren't in our city.
Okay.
And we've notified the county or whoever's responsible for that.
Do we keep a log of everyone that calls in with those types of requests?
I don't know.
We haven't been, but we could.
Do we have any software that will give the ability for our citizens to request online? Like, is there something we can add to the website, perhaps?
I don't think we have any software regarding that. I can see what software we have and see if they have that ability.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we have anything specific for that.
How do they typically request?
They usually just email or call.
And then once they email and call, who does that request go to?
I normally send it to the Public Works Department. And I usually notify the mayor as well.
Okay, and how many people do we currently have in Public Works Department? One. Okay, is that a certified Public Works Department or Public Works employee, or is that somebody who does all of the other odd jobs?
That's pretty much everything.
Everything.
You'll also want to involve your city engineer if it's anything beyond, filling potholes.
Right.
Okay.
To analyze if, you're dealing with a resurfacing project or that sort of thing. Those larger projects, once you hit a certain, amount, it's considered a public works project and they require bidding.
So if we were to offer something that gives the citizens the ability to request a road repair online or put in some sort of request to state, hey, this is bad, we need to get it done, do we have to have that as an agenda item to accept that, or is that something we can do in-house?
You don't, council doesn't need to take action to do minor repairs of filling potholes, but if you're considering resurfacing a roadway, like I said, there's a bid process that needs to be followed, and contracts need to be awarded formally by the council.
Well, I'm talking about the actual, like, request. So if we want to include a way for the, employees, citizens to request online so that they don't have to fill up our telephone lines or send emails, and then it actually can be drafted into a report, do we have to have that as an agenda item, or is that something that they can do in-house? Okay. So can we look into that? Can we look into something like that? Okay, so I actually asked for citizens to send in requests on roads that need repaired. A lot of them are very concerned with their tax dollars not being utilized correctly because all of their roads are not in good shape. If you look at the spreadsheet that I created, Links is probably the one that got the most hits. I had a few pictures that I tried to print, but it was not working out for me because it was going off of the page. So I didn't include those. But anyone that has ventured down Links knows exactly what I'm talking about. So I guess that would be one of the first ones that I would like to see completed as far as a project. And that would probably need some resurfacing, as bad as it is. So is there any way we can get that one on the next agenda?
Well, today is for discussion for you guys to prioritize and to discuss possibly a program on how you're gonna prioritize these projects. The things, what you and I discussed via email was, things to consider are the city's budget. Again, any expenditure for road repairs, to that extent have to be budgeted.
Okay, and what is the donation for, Mike?
So it's a convoluted way for TxDOT to give to us and we give to the ISD. It's for near the bus barn.
Oh, Bruce Road?
Yes.
So Bruce Road was another one that is, if you look, it's the first one in the blue below the yellow. So will they have enough to do that whole road as far as volunteer work?
So it'll be just, from my understanding, donating material, and they can only donate to a municipality. They can't donate to an ISD, so it's going through us to donate to them for around the bus barn area.
That's something that will need to come on the agenda, accepting the donation.
Okay. So we'll just go through this list real quick. We also have Turner Avenue, Hightower Road and Turner Road deterioration and needing a water drainage. Water pond would cause issues for the new subdivision, need a Band-Aid until we find a solution ASAP. So from what I gather, that area is a high flood plain or something because there's no way to drain the water. So the water is actually sitting on top of the road whenever we get those floods. When that happens, it deteriorates the road, causing all of that infrastructure issue. Next.
If anybody in the public wants to look at this list that she's referring to, I have a copy for you.
So then we have, of course, Bruce, but, so do you think that that one is already taken care of, or should we still keep that in the running as far as road repairs needing to be done?
As for actual Bruce Road, no, they're just donating it to go to us, to go to the ISD for right around the bus barn.
Okay, so then there's Bruce. From what I had received, there's a lot of wear and tear due to bus travel, and the kids walk to and from school. Now, the way I would rank this is that number one, if it's health hazard, health and safety hazard. Number two, infrastructure. And then number three, like citizens' request. So if it's going to damage, or not damage, if it's going to cause issues as far as like tripping kids or, not a safe travel to school, then I feel like that's a high priority. If it's infrastructure damage to where if this continues to happen, not only are we going to have to fill a pothole, but we're going to have to repair the entire road, which in return will cost more tax dollars. So then Glendale, and all of the rest of these are just basic potholes that need to be filled in. I didn't venture out there, I didn't have time, but of course, our public works can take that. So we've got Glendale Drive, Godley Avenue, Railroad Avenue, and Railroad. The information that I got is a little more damaging than Godley Avenue. So that is a top priority in the moderate concern side of it. Coleman Street, minimum concern. There's only a few potholes here and there. County Road 1001, that's not the entire road, it's just bits and pieces. County Road 1128, she was very concerned. I don't remember what she said, but the way she said it was that she had to basically drive in a zigzag in order to get through that road. Field Street, 5th Street, 1st Street, FM 2331. I know that that is a TxDOT road, but in the GIS HOG software, it states that the city maintains it on these addresses. So, I mean, take this with a grain of salt as far as this data, because I exported it from the GIS. And it states that all of these roads are city maintained. So all these updates, if we haven't updated ourselves, then they're not gonna be updated in the system.
FM 2331 is a TxDOT road. They do already have plans to redo it with sidewalks.
Okay, the whole road?
From the county line all the way to 171, I believe.
Okay, and then 171 is also a state road. So do we have any idea as far as if they have any agendas for that?
Yes,
Yes.
They
it
do.
will be a
Okay,
Super
cool.
2.
they're gonna put in the long passing lanes.
You get a bypass.
I think all the way from Weatherford, I know from Crescent to Cleveland, but I think from Weatherford to Cleveland.
The current project is from the county line in Crescent to Highway 174 in Cleburne. It'll be a Super 2, which is a 2-mile-long passing lane alternating each way.
Okay. And then we also have Hadley Road. There was minimal concern there, basic potholes. Nelson, same, 2nd, 7th, and 6th, as well as 3rd, were also minimal concern. I have the rest of the roads in the city listed, but I did not have any complaints on them. However, that does not mean that there's not any issues there. When PD or fire or something is out and about, do you guys ever give us any sort of correspondence as far as, hey, we've got bad road over here, what's our plan?
I'm sure they talk to Public Works. I know some of them have talked to me in the past occasionally.
Yes, we usually talk to Public Works and we tell them, hey, there's potholes on East Garland, that was bad, just through traffic and stuff. Then fixing it, that's Public Works,
Right.
so.
Okay, so as far as concern goes, anyone have any input on where we need to start with these?
Well, I know we've patched some spots on Links Drive, and there's some
You said links?
fairly close to Links that have been patched, but they weren't very good patches because we just didn't have the equipment. We filled it with cold mix. But I drive it several times every day because I live on Links Drive, and it seemed like it was I haven't been having to dodge potholes. Now, there's a couple of low spots where I don't drive like some of the other drivers. I usually try to drive the speed limit or less.
That's why you don't feel them.
Well, that'd be a way for them to cure it then.
So is that something that we can have Joshua look into helping us fix?
I've got to contact them and see if they still have somebody available. They called midweek, and I didn't find out about it until Friday or Saturday, that they had called, and one of our Public Works employees that's no longer employed here told them that he didn't have time to mess with them, and that was it.
Who is our Public Works employee?
He's not anymore.
But Yeah, you said you had another one.
Yes, we do.
Did we hire him?
Yes, we hired him and.
What's his
and
name?
His name is Christopher Dixon. And we're looking to hire another one who is currently working in the fire department and has some licensure for wastewater stuff. So that will help us. That'll give us somebody qualified and somebody that can get qualified. Plus, we gotta have a couple of people this time of year because of all the mowing went.
Yeah. So does Christopher Dixon have any experience with road repairs?
I believe he has maybe a little bit, but not much. He's a young guy and he hasn't worked. But the other guy has, because he told me he could use some heavy equipment, you know.
Like the
he was checked
excavator and
out.
stuff like that?
Yeah, and like I say, he's got some licensure already and he's working on other.
Okay, so going forward, what would be the ideal situation as far as identifying and prioritizing these city roadways and the right-of-ways within the city limits in order to efficiently create a plan to repair them in a timely basis?
If I may suggest,
To
one
budget.
thing you and I talked about before when we were discussing this item still on the agenda is that I think council also needs input from your, not only your public works staff member, but your city engineer, so that he or she can look at the existing conditions on these roadways that you've identified, and that they can determine whether that it needs to be improved, like a resurfacing, like I said, whether it could be patched with just pothole repairs, that sort of thing. And, but what the extent of the repairs need to be done. And then after you looking at that, you look at a case-by-case basis to see if funds are available to do the repairs that need to be done, whether it be from a donation, whether it be from, contacting Joshua, whoever. Just reading the email that I sent you, the worst-case scenario is that a road needs to be totally reconstructed, and that's pretty costly, but, obviously to repair and reconstruct a road is more costly than actually doing maintenance, so
Well, have we even used our budget for road repair?
I don't know what your budget is.
I mean, because there hasn't been any roads repaired, so we should have a pretty full budget.
Now, I know for a fact that they have repaired some potholes in the last month or so. They
What do
used
you
up almost a
use?
full load. They've still got a little bit of the coal mix left that they didn't use yet.
So that's nothing. I actually have been in this department for a very long time at a certain point in my life. So let's just say a ton of cold mix does not cost that much money.
It's having the employees to actually go out and use the coal mix. It's not,
Correct.
Get
So
the cold
what
mix.
is the solution to get these employees out there to do it?
first we have to hire them because we didn't have but one guy and he was busy fixing leaks and doing wastewater.
Okay, is that job posted?
That job has been filled.
So then we have the
He
employees,
hasn't
so how
started.
do we move
He's gotta
forward?
Fill out the paperwork.
So we approved hiring an additional person for Public Works. That'd make two, so we have Christopher Dixon.
Right.
So do we have applications for that other position?
Yes. He was a firefighter, but he found out about the Public Works, had experience, had some licenses, and wanted to take that job.
So that's the only application we've gotten?
Yeah, as far as I know, unless she's seen one
I think we had one other.
for Public Works.
But he's the licensed one, right?
Yes,
The one that you're going?
going to hire, yeah.
Okay. So then this guy this Christopher Dixon is not licensed, so he's doing the odds and ends and more than likely the road repairs. Is that correct?
Well, he helped with the road repair when the other guy was here. But he's only been here for a week,
No, it's been about
2 weeks maybe?
about 2 weeks.
So then he knows what he's doing when he has to fill those potholes. Let me ask you this. He works 40 hours, correct? Is that right?
More or less, yeah.
What does he do in the 40 hours that he is at work?
He works.
Doing
He
what?
mows, he goes to the wastewater treatment, he does all that kind of stuff. And when he has a chance, then he does other things to get, but some of the stuff has to be done for the state, and federal government, the wastewater and all that kind of stuff.
So is there
So he
any,
works every day.
so is there any way that we could take possibly 2 to 4 hours a week out of his full schedule and put him on road repairs? Because the longer these wait, the more it's gonna cost us to fix.
I'll talk to him and try to let him figure out where the places are and how much time that's gonna take and.
I have a
when they
list
can be
right
called
here.
next.
I have a list of all of the repairs that need to be done. So I've already done the homework for you guys. All you have to do is do the work of the man labor. That's it.
You need input from your engineer to see whether,
If it's just a pothole, then it needs to be filled. But that's what I'm saying, 2 to 4 hours a day filling potholes. The citizens have been yelling about this for at least a year that I know of for the same roads, and they've never been touched.
I don't know, just looking at this, the extent of the Lynch Drive, whether that needs resurfacing or not.
Well, that one we're definitely gonna have to get our engineer out there to look at. And the same with all these other very concerns. But like these moderate concerns where it states lots of potholes needing to be filled in, that can throw some hot mix or cold mix in and be done with it. Like
You're not going to be able to fix Glendale with some cold mix.
Glendale, no, okay.
No, the cul-de-sac's going to need to be resurfaced on one side. There's potholes after potholes after potholes that have been filled on top of each other. East Godley, we talked about 2 years ago. I think it was going to have to be dug down 2 to 3 feet.
Oh, geez.
It was going to be a multi-million-dollar project.
Yeah.
Would it be possible that, I could provide this list to the city engineer, and then, he could come up with a plan on what we need to do as far as that, and then some of the other roads, how many hours would you want him to devote to this per week?
Right now, I don't care how it's done or who does it, I just want it done. These guys pay for these roads to be repaired with their hard-earned money. We need to return the favor and make sure.
3 or 4 hours per week, maybe? Does that sound acceptable?
How about get with him and ask him how long it's gonna take him on that basis as far as what we need? And see what the diameters is as far as time goes, and see how long it takes him to analyze this and make sure that we're on the right track of getting things done efficiently, correctly, and in a timely manner.
Yes, ma'am. So do you want to start with Godley Avenue, or, because I know y'all said Lynx was pretty bad, and Glendale's apparently.
Well, I see a safety risk with Bruce Road. And Mike, you've been pretty involved in these roads. I have not. So the past, what have you seen that needs the most?
We need to hire a 3rd, 4th, and 5th employee.
Seriously,
Seriously.
yeah. But these minimal concerns, I feel like our public works guy can take care of those. I mean,
So it's not as simple as dumping cold mix in a hole.
yeah,
You have to dig it out. You
Yeah.
have to, you're supposed to compact it. Our guys in the past have never compacted it. Lane told me directly that, well, cars will drive over it, it'll get compacted.
Oh, no.
That's not exactly how it works, but that's how it's been done in the past. A lot of our issues have come from the massive amount of water leaks we have had. And whenever they fix those leaks, they just throw some base rock on it and never fix it. And then as you drive over it, whenever it rains, that caliche dust just slowly erodes and erodes and erodes. Please don't hurt me after the meeting, but we will probably have to pass a bond to fix our roads. They're in that disrepair. You're talking tens of millions of dollars.
So according to this list, which one should the engineer gear towards first?
Well, traditionally, for road repairs, you would do what has the most car count. So your ones that run through town between 917 and Pearson. So Allen, Graham, and Godley. Railroad was redone a couple of years ago. All three of those roads were done a few years before that, but they're already bad again. Now you start talking about some of these streets like 7th Street, or, I mean, I drive down mine and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to replace my suspension soon. But
I'm lucky, Tech Stock, they maintain mine, so I got a smooth ride.
I don't know exactly what our MOU is with Joshua, or how much we pay them, whether it be behoove us to hire an additional person who can just concentrate on this, or use them, whatever's more cost efficient. They do have a machine that lays asphalt, so.
You had 2 applications, is that what you said? And we actually approved to do 2 additional positions, right? Other than what Hunter was? So there should have been a total of 3. Is that correct?
I think the next position is the Director of Public Works.
So the one with the license could potentially be the director, depending, I haven't seen an application, so I don't know what the qualifications are.
He doesn't have that many qualifications. He's working on it, but he doesn't.
But what are the qualifications of that other applicant? Do you recall?
He had no experience in public works. I think he worked more in the construction realm.
Okay, so he could repair some roads.
No.
Yeah, I was trying to say, that's 2 different things.
We keep hiring inexperienced people, and we get inexperienced people,
True.
and nothing gets done.
I honestly don't even think he had a driver's license.
So do we, okay, so I know in past employment that I've been at cities and counties, there's a program to where trustees actually come out and assist for free as a, like, plan from, the county. What is the criteria for that, and would that be something that we would qualify for?
Are you asking me? I'm not aware of any of those programs here.
No,
No?
I don't know about that either.
Do you know?
We have to get all the commissioners, the county commissioners, and see.
But is that feasible?
You'll have to look at what their program parameters are for.
I know they have trustee inmates that go around for the precincts. That's something we'll have to get a hold of our commissioner.
But I'm saying even if we do the trustee program to where they're mowing the yards and stuff, or the land, then that takes the work away from our public works, and the public works could actually work on the roads. So is that something that you would be willing to look into? Okay, please do. And you do have the manpower for that? Because I know that you have to have, one guy per X trustees.
Well, they have actually, jailers that run them.
Oh,
So we
okay.
wouldn't have to
Okay. When do you think you could have any correspondence back from that?
Start tomorrow.
Perfect. And will you include all of us BCC? Thanks.
I recommend that you don't do that, because that can be a meeting. If you guys start having a conversation via email, all of you, or at least a quorum,
That's why I said BCC.
either way, but if you still talk to each other on email, it could be considered a meeting. Receiving information can be considered a meeting.
Oh, that's what we were directed to do earlier. Sorry. Okay. So that's one thing that we can look in for a solution.
Anything else on that item?
No. We just need to get some road repairs done. This has gone on way too long, and we just need to be a little bit more proactive in the things that actually need to be done. And I know that we haven't had much manpower, but that is still in our hands, and we do have the ability to get that manpower. It's just we have to be motivated to get them.
And as I said before, we do still have a lot of people calling in potholes and road problems that are not in our city.
Correct, but that,
And we can't do anything with them.
yeah.
So-
So then what do you do when you are in that position? Do you give them the information that they need to move
Yes.
forward with?
Yes,
Okay, that's perfect then.
we tell them they call the county commissioner or call the state.
Okay. So just to recap, we're gonna look into the trustee program. We're going to talk to the engineer, ask him how many man-hours he thinks it is to assess all of this. And then we're going to see if there's any hours that our public works can allot to the road repairs itself. Right?
Yes,
Okay.
but just like Michael tried to convince you, when we just go out and put coal mix in, even if you dig down, that's a temporary fix. At some point, we're gonna have to have major work done on the streets, like we did on the ones that were repaved earlier. So, you just have to understand, number one, we're not gonna get them all fixed in a week or two.
Correct. I just
Number
want to see
two,
some
the ones we
movement.
get fixed, by the time we get around to some more, those will be getting bad again.
Not if they do them properly.
Okay, I'll tell them that.
I mean, if we're just going to give a
They're not-
Band-Aid to a hole,
not
then why
highway
even do
department
it?
guys.
We just need to get them done.
They're not highway department guys. They go out and do the best job they can with the training they've got.
Then we need to hire more qualified people.
Exactly. I think we need we need to hire our expectations. The employees are supposed to be held at a particular standard. If they're not following the standards and they're not meeting that criteria, then it's time to reassess the situation and make sure that the situation is getting taken care of that we need to be taken care of. If not, we're just wasting tax dollars on something that's irrelevant. I mean, if you're not doing a job that's doing us any justification, then you are not in the right spot and we don't need to have you. So, I mean, point blank, if you're not doing the job, you take the proper procedures, you teach them how to do the job. If they still don't know how to do the job, then maybe they need some schooling. If not, there is a proper procedure in the HR division to where you do write-ups. And after your second or third write-up, then you need to find another job and we need to hire somebody else. Point blank, we need to keep our employees accountable for the job that they're doing, not just to go out and waste taxpayers' money by going to Sonic 5 times a day, or hanging at the fire station because he likes somebody, or, you know, going over there and just driving your vehicle around the park a few times just to look like you're on the clock. Those are not the things that we need to be focused on. We need to be focused on taking care of these things the citizens want and need. I mean, okay, I'm done.
So right now, who does the Public Works employee, who's their director?
We don't have a director.
Okay, so who is their supervisor? Who do they report to?
Here we go.
I guess they report to whoever tells them to do something, go do something. We do have a contractor that does the advanced stuff. But I tell them, hey, it's time to mow the park, go mow the park. This is the time of year, that's a big thing. So the guy that's qualified to run that mower, even though he's not qualified to do some other things, he's qualified to do the mower, and so the park gets mowed and the street get mowed, the grass on the side.
I saw Mike out there doing the park not too long ago. I mean, okay, I won't go there.
So they have no accountability system.
What do you mean?
We are going way outside of what this item is posted for.
Yeah.
Consider a plan and program prioritize
This is
rights of way.
what we're leading to. We need to assess the situation before we can create the plan.
Let's get there, because you guys are going out on a bunny trail talking about specific employment positions.
Okay, so let's take, for example, the railroad tracks. For some reason, we've always mowed next to them. That's not our property.
And off topic, we need to get back on topic in terms of the prioritizing public rights of way and roadways for maintenance and.
Along the right-of-way of the railroad, we are going to have to do a lot of drainage that comes all the way from Lynx all the way down underneath the highway. So once again, before I was interrupted, we are going to have to look at that. Like, y'all are all just
We don't
staring at
mow
me.
up next to the railroad tracks
Yes, we-
because that's their property.
Yes, we do.
Who does it? Our hands have not done it with their
Hunter
little
did
riding
it.
mowers. Now, across from Railroad Street, that's city property. Yeah, they mow over there.
I'm not talking about the empty lot behind the fire department. I'm talking along the railroad tracks. They mow it. I've seen them mow it. I've asked them why they mow it.
You all are way off topic. Again, this is posted as discuss and consider for possible action or direction to city staff regarding a roadway maintenance plan or program to identify and prioritize public roadways and rights of way within the city limits in need to repair and or maintenance.
Sounds like he's looking for labor hours to do that.
I think we should have an agenda item for the next meeting to hire an additional Public Works employee, and no one will be hired before then. Because obviously, we're not choosing qualified people. And I believe our next meeting's Saturday.
That's no Saturday, but
Oh, you don't want to do it on Saturday? Okay, next Tuesday.
Tuesday's fine, but Saturday, let's just deal with hiring an administrator.
So I guess we're not really doing anything with this item.
As long as these guys do the things that they say they're gonna do, then I think we should be in a good spot and we can revisit this. But if you're gonna say you're doing it I expect you to do it, not like things that have been done in the past where you tell me you're gonna do it, and then as soon as the meeting's over, your mind changes and you send me an email and says, oh, well, I can't do that. No. Moving forward, we need to do the things that we say that we're going to do. So if you're going to do those things, then I will be done with this item. But if you're not, you need to tell me now so that we can come up with another solution. I have your word? I have your word? I have your word?
On what? On hiring 4 more people?
No.
Those guys are working. They're working every day.
She wants to know if you're gonna call Joshua. That's what she wants to know.
You're out of order, ma'am. Please be quiet.
I was just
No.
telling you. It's cool.
She's out of order.
AC, will you please call Joshua and ask them if they have any availability? Also, can you please speak with I forgot his name.
Chris?
Yes, Chris. Find a solution as far as the time that he works and if there's any availability for him to set aside X amount of numbers a week in order to do road repairs. I understand that some of these repairs will not last a long time. However, actions speak louder than words. And if you're actually out there doing something, the citizens can see that you're doing something. That Band-Aid will prevent further damage until we can get to it to do the big job that we need to do.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Yes.
Item F, discuss, consider, and take possible action on scheduling the next regular city council meeting. And I believe we've already taken care of that.
Well, let's put it on the minute, let's put it in the notes.
Your next regular council meeting is scheduled for the 16th. As I told you last meeting, there's no one available from our office to attend on the 16th of May. You can attend the 15th, the 17th. They're gonna call a special call. That's a special call. This item is on the agenda to have the next regular meeting.
You can come the 15th?
I'm sorry?
You said you could come the 15th?
Yes. It would be a special call meeting if it's not.
Yeah, our regular meetings are on Tuesdays.
But she can't come Tuesday the 16th, so we're gonna have to do it that way.
Your last action that you took was to have your regular council meetings on the first and third Tuesdays. So the next regular scheduled meeting would be May 16th. Like I said, no one's available from our office. They're gonna have a special.
And we need an attorney present in order to have a meeting?
No.
Not necessarily, but it's advisable that you do.
I don't see any necessary in it.
I do.
I mean, we've held meetings without a city attorney in the past. As long as we don't have any executive, I don't see a reason why we can't hold our regular meeting on the date. I mean, if this was in fact an issue, then the contract that was signed between said attorney and city by the mayor should have been negotiated a little better and not agreed upon. Because you don't meet our criteria as far as availability.
Telling you what we've told the city throughout, we have no one available on the third Tuesday. We've had prior commitments.
So, I mean, I feel like we need to keep it as stand, and first and third, we literally just voted on this in the last meeting, so it just needs to stay the same.
Well, that's not part of this issue. We need to decide on scheduling the next regular city council meeting.
Right, which is Tuesday the 16th, as stated.
And I preferred not to have one without city attorney present.
then I guess you should have hired a city attorney that was available on the third Tuesday. I make a motion to schedule our next regular city council meeting for May 16th.
I second.
Councilman?
Yes.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Looks like the last item.
We need to make a special meeting for the 6th and for the, I guess, the 9th.
The mayor has the discretion to call that, he can call it.
Okay, when does he need to call it if we're gonna have it the 6th?
He just needs to post it.
When? I mean, what time, by what time to be able to have it because of the 72 hours? What time does it need to be posted by?
The notice needs to be posted 72 hours in advance of the meeting.
Okay, so that's tomorrow, or sometime tomorrow. All right, working hours, good deal. And then when would we do the one to canvass the votes? Okay. All right.
All right. We stand adjourned.
We go to executive session?
More executive sessions.
There's 2 more
You have to.
Oh, executive sessions. All right.
The city council will now convene into executive session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultations with attorney, consultations with interim city attorney to seek advice or of said attorney about 1A pending or contemplated litigation and/or 1-2, a settlement offer regarding in re ongoing and/or contemplated litigation related to letter from Spielberger Law Group on behalf of employee Solomon Omatoya, asserting claims of racial discrimination, retaliation, and sexual harassment against former Chief of Police Jason Jordan, Councilmember Michael Pappenfuss, and Councilmember Jennifer Thompson. Section B, Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultations with attorney, consultations with interim city attorney to seek advice of said attorney about 1A, pending or contemplated litigation and/or 2, a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551, in re investigation conducted by outside legal counsel Ross Ganaway, PLLC, regarding sexual harassment complaints filed against Councilmember Michael Patton.
So do you have a copy of this complaint since I've never seen or heard about it?
We're gonna go into executive.
Okay, but I don't know if I want to go since I've never seen the complaint.
We're gonna discuss that in executive session. Mayor, can you, temporarily close the open meeting so we can go?
Okay. The council meeting is temporarily closed while we go into executive session.
it was misunderstood that all the executive session was being done while I was up there. I like yours better.
If they do an action, if they take an action, they must. No. No.
They take action. They won't talk. Oh my God. mean, it's a no-brainer, you did it, you're like, what?
Cleveland is run beautiful. We're in the mix of
They kicked us out.
They kicked you out.
Yeah.
Are we reconvened? I would like to motion to adjourn the meeting.
The mayor is entertaining if there's any action to be taken.
Mayor didn't
Yes.
say that.
You didn't let him speak, and he's the presiding officer. So Mayor, go ahead.
Okay.
What?
We are reconvening from executive session, and I would entertain a motion to take action on what we discussed.
I make a motion that we authorize the city attorney and the mayor to negotiate a settlement regarding any claims from Solomon Amatoya, according to this sexual harassment against former Chief of Police Jason Jordan, Councilmember Michael Pappenfuss, and Councilmember Jennifer Thompson.
Jennifer?
No.
Jan?
There needs to be a second of the motion. There was only a
I'm sorry.
We need a second.
We need a second.
I'll second it.
All right.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Roger?
I don't know.
This is just working toward a settlement, there's nothing else. I approve, okay.
Michael?
It's about me, so I have to abstain.
Okay. Motion carries.
So I do have two questions, though. How much did we pay Ross Ganaway PLLC to investigate it?
not on the agenda for public discussion.
Was the TML risk pool contacted for this, or did we just pay someone
Not
else?
on the agenda for public discussion.
I think the mayor is in control, not you, Jan.
I am.
So you are?
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Oh, you guys heard it.
Stand to learn. Adjourn.